All right, we are good to go. Hey everybody, Paul Showalter from Diagon. Welcome to Thursday, Getaway Day. Hope everybody's had a chance to enjoy San Antonio. I like to keep it light up here, but I do want to say I appreciate everybody coming out. This has been great. I honestly love working with all of you. It's really awesome. All right, our first session from the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and we're going to talk about AI. The Laboratory Infrastructure Director, Yousseff Abed. That's a different one than you told me. Okay, he will tell you who he is. He just gave himself a promotion. And software engineer Cebastian, Santiago, Hernandez. Please welcome them.
Oh, that button. There we go. Now can you hear me? Yep. Good. Okay, so I don't know if you guys, before we get started, I don't know if you guys were at the summit, SMS Summit in DC when we kicked off the Bernie AI pilot. I think that Julie Krebs and I gave a small presentation to everybody about what we were planning on doing. And so I thought to close the circle that I would come back and share with you some of the results and findings of our 15-month pilot. And so, so as we go, I think I can, how do you, oh, yeah. So this is our cover slide. Okay, so I'm going to spend a little time on this slide. So Bernie AI was obviously a 15-month pilot. It began in 2023. You guys probably, some of you guys saw the kickoff to that meeting, but prior to that, I want to talk a little bit about how the pilot came about. And so in the end of 2022, I was asked to give a presentation or a briefing to NA90 on what the future of modeling would look like. So Livermore has been in the modeling business, both at the enterprise and at the site, for almost ever, so it seems. And so we had, at the time, we had Bernie in the labs. And at that time, we'll talk a little bit about what he looked like at that time, but what we wanted to do, what I wanted to do is I wanted to share that what we could, what analytics and modeling could look like would be very much different with an AI and a large language model. And wouldn't it be nice if we could study the problem? And that's kind of what Livermore does. We study problems and we create solutions. And so out of that came the pilot. Well, let's study it. Meanwhile, if everybody was could actually go back to that time, you could see that the industry was just exploding. Everybody was saying AI this, AI that, large language models, small language models. It was just frenzy. And I'm sure that some of your sites and maybe even in your facilities, you've been out there plumbing in large language models like ChatGPT and some of the other frontier models. And so what we were looking at while we were doing our pilot, we were chasing this technology. And so one of the things that was very important as we embarked on this was to understand what our mission was. And what we were trying to do is evaluate an AI and see if it could help us with our infrastructure planning and investment across the NNSA enterprise. And so part of this was building a prototype and to connect to various databases or various data sources. And I would like to draw your attention to the little diagram over on the right. It all started out with data. AIs start out with data, information. And so one of the things we were in a very enviable position at Livermore is that back in 2017, we stood up our wedge, what we call Insight, and that is basically a data warehouse of everything infrastructure within Livermore. And we began to integrate data back in 2017. This was part of our CMMS integration initiative. So we achieved CMMS integration in 2017, and we've actually never looked back. But it was data because we wanted to support our enterprise modeling. We actually had a group that studied Builder, and we studied Builder for like 5 years. and we were able to do experiments. This was called builder R&D modeling, and I'll talk a little bit about R&D modeling later. To collaborate with multidisciplinary cross teams at both Livermore, and we have a partner called at Y12. One of the things that I wanted to talk about, and I'll address it later, but a little bit, is that I don't know if you noticed, but there are a lot of NNSA builder people here. Through the leadership of Julie Krebs, she's crafted this program that kind of like family oriented. You'll notice that we travel in packs, so be careful. Anyway, so we have a lot of builder expertise in the enterprise, and so we were able to tap our Y12 friends, and they were able to help us. We focused on a secure and wanted to avoid box means we assembled a team of developers, and I did not allow them to use tools. We wrote it by hand. That means all the code that you'll see, or all the things that we're talking about, are all written in either various states of Python or other languages. And I did that. I wanted to do that because I wanted the developers and the engineers to feel the pain and to really understand what it was to work with a large language model and develop an AI. And so at the same time, in that 15 months, I had everybody journaling their experiences. And so we journaled a lot, and sometimes we rage journaled, which was kind of interesting. But then we would then use that journaling and our knowledge to create a 133-page report that is in the process of being released by headquarters. We developed a portal. We powered it with a portal because you can't deal with an AI unless you have a place to put them. And so we developed an enterprise portal. So it all comes down to data, and we'll continue to go back here. So it's data, the Bernie AI, and then actionable insights. And then one thing I want to talk about is positioning of Bernie. A lot of times people think, oh, he's competing with ChatGPT. He is not. What he is he is very focused on infrastructure. He is all about infrastructure. He is trained, we have taught him and trained him on infrastructure. We have done that specifically to stay in our lane. He is not a generative model system, although he relies on large language models to do the generation. What he is specifically is he is a predictor. So he's a predictive AI. And so we want him to predict the future. And so what you'll see, we'll talk about a little bit of how we do that. So we wanted him to be secure, transparent, and collaborative, enabling us to build smarter, faster, and more defensible investment decisions. So before I hand it over to Cebastian, I do want to say, buckle in, because it might get a little technical. And I apologize for that, but you can't talk about AI without getting technical. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Cebastian Santiago, the lead developer on the Bernie AI pilot.
Thank you, Yousseff. So I'll start with going over how we went through all these small language models and then went on to the large language models. So Bernie AI is built on a hybrid strategic approach, combining both open source and proprietary LLMs for flexibility and just getting access to the latest and greatest models. So at the beginning of the pilot, Bernie was running on a laptop and it was really, really slow. We had a lot of bottlenecks, so then we transitioned to the EC2 Linux server environment on AWS GovCloud, and the two first models we deployed was Hermes and Mistral, both a 7 billion parameter model. Some of the findings we had was the context window was too small at the time. For a lot of these small language models, the context window is too small. So if you ask like a very in-depth question, you'll blow up the context window and you won't get those actionable insights we're looking for. And also something else we found was the risk of model collapse. What that essentially means that after a certain time, you ask the model questions and then it starts returning gibberish. So those were the key findings for the small language models. We then went on to the large language models. We were using a llama, and then we went on to the frontier models. Something to note about how Bernie is developed, the models are a commodity. we don't really care for a provider. We see them as like a database. The real power within Bernie is the agentic AI workflow, and I'll discuss that in the later slides. So let me talk about the hardware evolution from laptop to scalable cloud solutions. At the beginning, like I said, Bernie was running on a Windows laptop. It was an open source LLM, but the laptop didn't have any GPUs. It was CPU bound, so it was really slow. We then went on to a Linux server. That Linux server was still CPU bound, and these LLMs consume GPU like nothing. So then we transitioned to the EC2 server on the GovCloud, and that's where we had access to greater servers where we could deploy larger models, and that improved our overall performance. Something else that we found as we scaled for bigger models, the computational cost also increased because there's a lot of demand for AI right now. So let me talk about the choices and the rationale we went through. We ultimately chose AWS GovCloud for scalable hosting, and it was behind the LLNL firewall. But in the future, we essentially want to be on Docker containers, and that makes us portable between cloud providers and also being able to run on-prem. We chose EC2 over something like SageMaker because we wanted greater control, and it's what Yousseff was alluding to. We wanted to know the ins and outs of how these LLMs work. As a side note, we did talk with the Louvermere computing team, but at the time, the only things they offered was fine-tuning a LLM or building a model from scratch. They had no persistent environment for a live API connection. So now, let me talk about the data strategy. So with these AI models, what we found is that you need good data, because if you have bad data, you'll see that, so you'll get garbage in, you'll add garbage in, garbage out. So the data strategy for Bernie in the future, he would utilize a data fusion engine. So it's a centralized, scalable, efficient data platform just designed to improve the overall quality and data of Bernie AI and NNSA enterprise analytics. Some of the key benefits are, it would be like the single source of truth because it would be able to track the data lineage of the data. It will improve the overall performance for Bernie AI, for the analytical workloads, and the transactional. It ensures the data quality consistency across the entire data lifecycle. So in a nutshell, that's the data strategy for Bernie AI. So this is how everything comes together, right? The multi-agent framework. So at the beginning of the pilot, we were building these singleton agents. So think about like Builder, right? We were building a Builder agent that had the capability of reaching into a database and pull that out. We also had the ability to consume unstructured data. So unstructured data is like those big PDF documents like the RPAM guide or like DOE orders, and we would put that in a vector database. So we built out FIMS, Builder, G2, but there was no real way to harness like the overall performance of each agent. So that's where the orchestrator agent comes in. It acts as a liaison, ensuring the right experts are called to deliver the best answers. So depending on the complexity of your question, the orchestrator may delegate the task to one or more agents. So something to note about this workflow, this agentic AI workflow, that capability of being able to consume structural data and unstructured data led us to the development of RAG. And that leads me to my next slide. RAG is retrieval augment generation. So we developed Bernie's RAG system in a vector database, and we put an agent on top of it. So you ask a question, and then the orchestrator routes it to the RAG. The RAG then calls the system, and then it fuses information for all the information to get context-rich responses. Something to note about these systems is how they get better over time is that you have SMEs, subject matter experts, that know the quality coming out of the AI. Because you can build these systems, and if nobody's checking them, then you're not gonna get those actionable insights you're looking for, because these models tend to hallucinate. So that's Bernie's robust RAG system. So we talked about just the agentic AI workflow and how complex it is. So we needed a way to interact with it. So we built a portal, and this portal is just a modern web application. Some of the key features it has is like chat history, light and dark theme mode, a what's new page. So we're constantly evolving the portal, making it better. It also has feedback. So if Bernie AI does hallucinate, we're able to track where he's getting the wrong information. Something else that I like is that we have a source button, and that source button is essentially telling you where Bernie got its information. So that's like a way to reduce the hallucinations and LLMs. So that's Bernie, and it's constantly being developed. So now let me hand it back off to Yousseff so he can talk about the user focus groups.
Thank you, Cebastian. So we talked a little bit about the R&D modeling group, but what we had to do is we had to put subject matter experts in front of Bernie. We had to utilize our modeling group to do things like reframe the, let's put it this way. We developed these things called TOTs, okay? They're train of thoughts. And so when the developers decided to endeavor on creating a TOT, they looked at it from a developer's perspective. We were just trying to figure out if it was working. And so our trains of thoughts, if you can think about it, is one question builds on top of another question. And so what ended up happening is we built these TOTs that really resonated with developers, but didn't really resonate with our customers or our stakeholders. So once we reached out to our R&D modeling group, and we said, can you help us create TOTs? Of course, my boss, who is Cliff Shang, and is a trained physicist and incredibly intelligent person, created a 23-question TOT on facility life cycle modeling, which Bernie was able to execute. So that was kind of our first understanding that maybe this Bernie thing might work. And so we developed that life cycle training. We drove the narratives, creating V&Vs and the matrices like RPV, DM. He knows about all of that stuff. And it's not like the models you have now where you just ask the question and then you have to set the question up. And then if you close your session down, you'll notice that you'll have to do the setup. He actually knows everything, and it's instantiated. We then went to our Y12 deep dive partner, our Y12 partners, and we were asked to join all of their data together. And so they are in the process of moving their data closer, but we were able to take their data. We had some of their data from the enterprise, but we were able to do local data, and we were able to take that data and then plumb it and help them integrate their data within the Bernie environment. And so for the first time, that data was available to them at their deep dives. And so what they did was they developed a train of thought on how best to invest $20 million on fabrication fans. And then we walked the management through what Bernie would think. And one of the things about Bernie that we ask him to do is we ask him to show his work. Right? So we want him to show his work so that we can go and validate whether it's correct or not. And so what he was able to do at the deep dive is he was able to take $20 million and then invest that. And then you could tell him, okay, now I have $50 million, invest that. And he would tell you exactly what inventory to replace. Okay, now, what made that so cool is, I guess, not appropriate word, neat, cool, was that they had an independent SMEs doing the same job, and Bernie came up with the same answer and the same way that they did it. And so we knew that we were on the right track with Bernie, that we could emulate an actual process. So we successfully demonstrated Bernie in that environment. It was strong enthusiasm from the stakeholders. And then the bottom line here is the verification, validation ensures trust. We spend a lot of time literally verifying the output from Bernie. And the SMEs become even more important today than they were yesterday. Next slide here. Okay, so cybersecurity. One of the things we realized in the beginning of the pilot was that we weren't going to get very far if we didn't include cybersecurity. So what we immediately did was, I actually used to work in cybersecurity for a while, so that was kind of cool. But I went to cybersecurity and I asked them to put an analyst on our project team. Her name's Cassie Tucker. And so every decision that was made in the pilot was first vetted with our cyber person, so to make sure that we did not get off the rails or get into trouble. And so that was very important to the project, was that we had included the cyber security into it. And so so Bernie protects confidentiality by encrypting all data during the stages of transmission. So we know this because of the red teaming that we have done and the penetration testing that we've done on Bernie. He's had extensive pen testing and red teaming done on him. And so with every red team, with every penetration test that we did, the cyber people actually got better at testing an AI. And so we actually improved our position within cybersecurity to actually test artificial intelligence applications or applications. And so as we learned, as Bernie got better and got more secure, our cyber people keep getting better and better. And so one of the things we have scheduled is we do regular penetration testing quarterly. The plan is to do it quarterly, and also we have this other thing called data security auditing. And so what we will be auditing our data structures. So that's what we're trying to do. Bernie has enterprise standards. He abides by all of the Privacy Act, the FISMA Privacy Acts. He follows all the cybersecurity orders. He's multi-tenant infrastructure, so it's a layered approach. So you got to be in 3 or 4 different areas for you to be able to use him. What else did we do? What we've done is we needed to push him outside of Livermore, and so what we've been working on is this thing called a yellow network wedge, and what this is where they carve a piece of our network out, and then we do subnet subscription, and then that way we'll be able to get NNSA and the other labs and sites in. So one other thing, what am I missing here? So we spend a lot of time on data security. Okay, so now I want to talk a little bit about managing the resources of Bernie AI. We learned some really interesting things during the pilot, well worth it. We learned that cloud GPU, cloud support and cloud resources are expensive. So when we started, we moved to AWS, as Cebastian said, we moved to AWS, and we have finite funding. I know you guys, we have finite funding. And so we went and we wanted to host one of the open source models. I think it was Llama 3 something, 3.3?
It was Llama 3.3.
3.3. And so we went and we couldn't run that on any of the standard AWS servers that we could get. And so what we ended up doing was we said, okay, we'll go out and we'll get a P4. And so what a P4 is, it's a bigger beefcake box with 8 GPUs, A100s on them. And so these were big boxes. These are the boxes that everybody at the time was looking for. We believe that they just were out there all over the place, but we quickly found out, one, they were really expensive. I mean, expensive, 1,300% more expensive than we anticipated. And so we also found out that they were not available. And so what we had to do is, in order for us to get availability, we would have to commit to a 1-year contract with AWS. And they would give us a discount, but it was quite expensive. And we were still in pilot, so what we did was we kind of got away from that very quickly. What we did do is we switched to our managed API, switched to our Live AI ChatGPT API. So Livermore has for lack of a better term, a road that goes to ChatGPT-4. And so what we did was we asked to be subscribed into that road, and that's the road we're at currently. We are in the process of getting our own road, and so that we don't compete with other labs. Other thing, as far as energy tracking goes, and the paper goes through a little bit of energy tracking. The problem with energy tracking is we didn't have direct information available, so we had to model it. And so we spent a lot of time modeling our energy consumption based on tokens or GPUs. and so per query. And so we've done a significant amount of energy tracking and criticality. So that's interesting in the paper if you're interested in energy tracking. And then the final thing is dedicated and well-trained staff is required. That's one of the things that we're very much into. And so you can see there very different types of people that are needed in the project. Okay, so findings, and we'll open it up to questions now. I want to draw your attention to the diagram on the right. You'll notice that clean data is on the bottom. Clean data is the foundation. We have to have clean data. Now, if you do not have clean data, Bernie will share with you how dirty your data is. And so what we're finding is that as we get into these data sources, that Bernie actually helps us clean our data. When we go and we V&V the output, we then go track back to the source, and then we then can make changes and improve our data quality. We believe that Bernie will improve everybody's data quality. But clean data is very important. Then live data connections. We need to be as close to the data as possible, right? This is live APIs. Livermore has adopted this since 2017. We try and do everything with a live API. And so whether we bring in it or not, you need to know that your data is fresh and that your data that you're dealing with is actionable. Then one of the most important things is we need, and this is one thing that was really pointed out to us in the pilot, is we need the subject matter experts and we need the developer expertise to come together to create these advanced AI systems. And so it's not like we're going to build this and everybody's like, your job's going to go away. No, your job is going to get more complex. And we need people to look at our output and to then chase it back to the source and then validate it. And then finally, flexible models. So once a model is developed and pushed out to the market, it is static. It now begins to age and it begins to drift. It doesn't know about anything that happened. If it was kicked out yesterday, it doesn't know about anything that happened today. And so you have to be able to rapidly switch from model to model. We're really into switching models and pairing models with agents as Cebastian was talking about. Does this model work better with this agent? And so you have to be really flexible and you have to architect yourself for that situation. Right now, we are using 2 models, but we're probably going to see Anthropic here in a minute or 2. And so we'll be able to pair some of our agents with Anthropic, some of the reasoning models. So it's very important for you to remain flexible in your models. And like Cebastian said, treat them as commodities. And then finally, you need scalable infrastructure. You need to be able to spin up a P4 or P5, or you need to be able to do things that if you do run into bottlenecks. And so you have to architect yourself in a way that you can agilely move things. That's why we're talking about Docker containers, being able to Dockerize and move to a different environment. So we're multi-model, multi-agent, and then and we don't really care about the infrastructure too much. We just want to be able to move. So finally said, I do want to do a personal note, is it was very nice of the team. They allowed me to develop the Bernie, the builder agent. And so I was able to help in that. So it was quite nice of them to allow me to do that. Anyway, because I'm just a developer that got shanghaied into management, okay? So with that said, I'm sorry, are there any questions? Are there any questions? Please ask us questions. Don't be afraid. We're just people, really. Yes, sir, thank you for asking a question. Thank you for asking a question. The question is, are we going to make it available outside of the Department of Energy? At this time, I'm not in charge of that. This would be Julie Krebs or a Mitchell Haraberta question. There are no technical obstacles to it. Is that a couched question?
I know answer? It's all about government legalities, but there's a vision. I think there could be other agencies that could benefit from this.
Yes, I believe that the vision for Bernie, from my perspective, my personal humble perspective, is that he would be an expert system that could be just that, plugged in at different sites and have. So one of the things we were able to accomplish, and this actually brings us to something we didn't talk about. So why was Y12 so important? Y12 was important because what we created was our first baby Bernie, okay? For what baby Bernie was, what a baby Bernie is it's an expert on your particular facility. And so, which goes back to that question, which is, could you develop an expert that was for this gentleman's environment? And we proved that with Y12 because they have their own Y12 expert. Used to be called the baby Bernie, but now we call it expert. So yes, to answer your question, there's no reason why that couldn't happen. Next question. Any other questions? Oh, yeah, you have a question.
Do you have any real-world examples that you would be able to share where burning provided insight or a conclusion that maybe you weren't thinking about or helped you make a decision?
Yeah, we can't demo him to you because the data that is proprietary to NNSA. But one of my examples I can give you, and I hope this helps, is one of the things that he can do right now, which is really cool, is that Cebastian talked about the RAG, all of the unstructured documents like DOE orders. That's a good one. And then what we also did was, and I'm going to get technical, we created an MCP that goes out to the presidential orders and ingest the presidential orders, and then what he can do is he can take the presidential orders, he can take the DOE orders, he can go to your projects, and then he can tell you which projects meet which orders. And so this is an example of him using the White House executive orders, the DOE orders, the builder data, the FIMS data, and our planning data to answer a question. Does that help? Thanks for your question.
Hey, I'm David, one of the developers here at Jacobs. I had a couple questions for you guys.
All right.
I was in and out of the room taking phone calls, unfortunately, so I might have missed this, but I was curious, what material did you vectorize? You mentioned that Bernie AI was built on top of vectorized database. I was wondering what reference material you vectorized to.
So right now, he's read in on the DOE 13, 430. I'm sorry, 433. I don't remember the DOE orders, by the way. Okay, I'm sorry. Builder people, please help me. He also knows 03. He also knows about the RPAM guide. He also knows about the PMP, and that's just what we ended up doing now. There's no reason why he couldn't know about other stuff, but we're just coming out of pilot, and so. But the vector database, remember, the vector database and the RAG agent are different than the other. Than the other agents that access data.
Understood, thank you. One more question. You had mentioned that anytime Bernie was hallucinating, you'd have to go back and fix that issue. I was wondering if you could give me an example of, an incorrect answer he was providing and what you did to resolve
absolutely, I'll give you a real case. Huh? Go ahead. We've got lots of examples.
So at the beginning, how the workflow works, sometimes the orchestrator may delegate tasks to the incorrect agent. So how we build that agent, we would go into the few shot prompting examples that we have. So that's essentially teaching those agents like how to correlate questions to answers. So he would delegate it to the incorrect agents. So we had to update his few shot prompting examples to align with the correct output that was expected.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yep.
So just to follow up on that, just a real world one is that he was getting MDI from the wrong place one time. So he made it up. And the thing about AIs, they are really good at saying how good they are. So, Then we had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hi, so I had a question about just ChatGPT in general. I hear that there is a lot of talk about the bubble popping for AI. How do you handle that and some of the risks that come with AWS, Azure, Microsoft, and the major cloud hosting providers looking to kind of venture away from AI? How do you see that as a risk, and do you have any preparations for that in the future?
Good, very good question. So first of all, we're trying to build ourselves. We've architected ourselves to be independent. So if one of them goes away, somebody else we'll move over to another one. So and that won't cost us anything. We won't miss a beat. The other thing that we're very interested in is training our own model. And I know this is kind of in the future. It's like the plan is a year from now, or maybe a year and a half or two, depending on the funding. What we would do is we would use the data that we have accumulated with Bernie. So remember, you're asking Bernie questions. We're trapping that data, keeping it in a vector database or some other appliance, and then we're going to use that data to actually create our own model. And so I've been told by Cebastian that if I do that, then I would be able to call Bernie an actual and AI, and we would be away from any of the other large language models. So we would have our own model. So I don't know if that will insulate us completely from the collapse of the entire world over there, but at least it'll take a while for us to feel it. Very good question, thank you. Anything else?
Question, Yousseff. Except for I could just ask you when you're coming, giving Bernie to me. But I like the story of why it's called Bernie. And normally we don't call AIs he. So can you share that with the crowd?
Okay, I'll share you what. So Bernie is not an acronym. Bernie is a person. Bernie worked at Livermore back 60 years ago. And what he did for us was he was all about modeling data, modeling infrastructure. He ran our plant health. 40 years. He was here 40 years. He has a building named after him at Livermore. But what his real superpower was analytics and modeling. And he understood that data mattered. And what he did was he collected data. And so Livermore's laboratory infrastructure stands on his shoulders, the data that he collected for 40 years. And so this was survival data. He's very interested in survival data. He was very interested in Builder. I don't say was, he's still alive. But so what we thought when we were developing Bernie, when we first had the idea, was that, everybody at Livermore said, well, what does Bernie think? And so that came, I said, well, what does Bernie think? Maybe we should call our AI Bernie. And then that way we could always ask Bernie what he thought. And so, yes, thank you very much for that question. But yeah, he's a very near and dear person in Livermore. So, and anyway,
so what is Bernie?
I don't want to cry.
So this is not my question, but you just prompted it.
Okay.
What does Bernie think about Bernie? And I mean the human Bernie, about the AI Bernie.
He's tickled.
He likes it.
He's tickled. He probably, if he were here today, he would say that he's wrong.
So my question was, getting to a state of clean data, how challenging was that, and how do you preserve that status as you ingest more information?
That's a very interesting question. That everybody in this room, I would imagine, has this issue where your data is not clean. You don't understand where the sources are. It's aged. How old is it? All of that stuff. All of those things matter to Bernie. And so how we do it at Livermore, and I guess in a nutshell, I can give you one piece of advice, is that data in the dark stays bad. If you can bring that data out and show it and start to use it, that data becomes naturally cleaner as people start to interrogate it. And so by keeping it in the back under the faucet, that data is not gonna get better. So find the problems by bringing it out and using it. And then once you start using it, I believe that's how Livermore's data gets used a lot. And particularly in the builder world, we're pretty doggone good in our builder environment. And as by the way, I do want to shout out to my builder family. They are always worried about data and always challenging and always trying to get better and striving for better data. So the builder program is very much about data cleanliness.
Hi
Good
there.
question.
I want to unbuckle our seatbelts for a minute because
okay.
I'm a pretty simple person. I know a lot of you in the room, and you know how simple I am, and I'm not afraid to ask stupid questions. So, unbuckling, I've got to preface this with my background is in facilities management. Mm-hmm. So my time was spent doing preventative maintenance work and reactive or work.
Okay.
You know,
Work.
and scheduling
And
that.
scheduling, yes.
And I know there's another side to this, which is funding and reducing costs and improvement. I got into this world at the end of 20 years in, you know, Fortune 100 companies doing facilities management work, because I thought this notion of predictive maintenance, predictive management, you know, replacing something before it breaks was something that couldn't have been done 10, 20 years ago. And so it fascinated me. Now I've gotten sucked into this and forgot why I came over to learn about Builder and become a Builder expert. What is it that Bernie does to help reduce reactive work and allow more predictive work? Is Bernie a tool that actually will help reduce reactive work and help push predictive work, or is it something used by people who are in the planning, strategic planning world to reduce costs? I mean, I'm curious about practical
So
results.
Let me see if I can help. So one of the things that Bernie is doing right now is that I don't want to get into the weeds too much because Ronaldo will tell me come up. So one of the things we're working on is prioritizing replacements inventory, and it's not a stretch, right? So Livermore prioritizes their inventory differently than say Los Alamos and Nevada. But wouldn't it be nice, and what Bernie will be able to do is through a skill, and I don't want to get into skills right now, but what he'll do is you can ask him, can you prioritize this inventory for replacement? And then hopefully someday, we're not there yet, and this is a data problem, is that we could then do things like understanding the impact of replacing that piece of inventory. We're not there. For that, you need complex ML, and I don't know if you guys are into complex ML or not, but that's another talk. But what you could do is take that, and then what you could do is you could then ask him to schedule it and interact with your CMMS.
Yeah, I know you say you have limited funding. Do you have to make choices of deferring work at Livermore? Because of
Yes.
funding? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You act like
We're built the
everybody in
same
the
way you
world
are.
does, but you know, I work for a company that had enough money that they didn't ever have to defer
who
work,
doesn't-
which
who
I
doesn't
know
have
is
deferred
so
maintenance?
strange.
Yeah.
But I was curious if that was the case for you as
Yeah,
well, and
Ber-
if Bernie helped decide what
Bernie
work
helps.
to defer.
Bernie will help us decide. That's low hanging fruit. Bernie will help us decide because he has access to Bernie has access to our deferred maintenance coming out of Builder, so he knows about it.
And can Bernie help convince the decision makers that the work it wants to defer is right, even though they may have a pet project or want to spend money elsewhere?
We hope by showing. Yeah.
Sorry, I guess that's half of a joke. I'll stop asking questions now.
Sorry. Microphone. Yeah. Here, Ronaldo, I'll run down there and give it to you. Ronaldo Lechner Strand, our Chief Data Officer.
So we have, at Livermore, we have a number of factors, and one huge factor that he also includes is what we call mission risk level, which is, if you think of it from a component level, it's how critical a component is to the mission of the building or the facility. You know, if you have, say, I'm not going to go into the types of facilities we have at Livermore, but they're not commercial. I'll just leave it at that. And there are systems that if that system went down, that building could not function and still be safe. So the prioritization that Yousseff was alluding to is extremely important to know where we need to spend our limited funds and how much risk we're willing to take in not replacing it yet. And in some cases, if we know we're going to replace things, we will let our internal business partners know we're planning on replacing, you know, an HVAC unit. You might want to not do the PM that you're going to do later on this year because we're going to replace it next year. Why spend money on something that you know you're going to replace within a certain time frame? Does that help answer your question?
And then And then one last comment, he's very fast at doing that. So it's not like it takes him 2 weeks. It takes him 2 minutes.
So this might not be Bernie related, but it's just because you're where you are at NSA compared to the rest of us with the builder data. How valid have you found, and have you had to change a lot of the default service lives, design lives of your component sections? And has Bernie helped with that at all in identifying when you need to tweak that or change it to get, especially with your historical unscheduled replacements versus your scheduled replacements?
So first of all, I would say that if Bernie Mattermore was in the room, he would take you to a 2-hour lunch where he would bemoan the service lines. So to answer your question is, we already know at Livermore, we already know that from our R&D modeling. We have met with Searle, and we understand that the service lives that are being generated, or the if you will, the curve is pessimistic, almost to the point of, I think they say it's 33% pessimistic. We say it's 35. So we know that design lives that are going through and the curve that's being generated out of, and so does Searle. So does Dr. Gersing.
So you're saying it's got a 33%, 35% bias
Yeah, it's
to the bad.
Yeah, and and the other thing we talk about is that this is not a builder's conversation, but I think Kurt alluded to this, that the catalog is so important, right? And those design lives, and that's why at Livermore we our biggest thing with builder is getting the right catalog on, with the right design life. And if you're not paying attention to design lives, you're not doing yourself any favors.
So have you been able, what have you used to inform your revisions of your design lives? Your historical data? Or
no, we have historical data. Yes, that's how we accomplished it, but we also did it through statistics and modeling. And so we modeled a builder. So we're able to flush an instance of builder. So we're able to take an off system. With our tool, we're able to flush the system and then reload it how we want it. And so what we would do is we would reload it with different design lives and different inventory and stuff. Yeah.
And
Sorry. And now we're off.
So to kind of pull the thread on that a little, yes, we have a lot of historical data of how long our components last. For components that don't have a direct mission impact, or in the lower end, what we will do is contact Gordian RS Means, who provides all the costing and life cycle, the design lives for our catalog, and we will ask them to give us an extended service life based on data we have that says, oh, this panel, instead of being only, say, a 25-year design life, it should be a 29-year service life. So that for those lower risk, we can actually extend when we would need to replace them. And in all honesty, to also not have them be considered deferred maintenance, because you wouldn't necessarily want to have something replaced in, say, like a normal building, like a standard office building that would be built to construct commercial standards, compared to a high R&D, specialized, one-of-a-kind buildings, where if those components go down, it affects our mission as a whole. So it's trying to find the happy medium there. But to your point, we work with Gordian RS Means, and because they actually give the design lives to the catalog, or they assign it.
Right. And you're saying what the defaults that you've experienced were roughly 35% pessimistic, right?
Right.
So
and I mean, I'm sure Gordian can give you some insight on how they do the design lives, but a lot of it is based on manufacturers' recommendations, and the likelihood that you would have a failure within that. What we ended up doing was taking that and augmenting it also based on all the work that the real Bernie did, having to do a survival analysis. Just because you had things that failed, you also had hardies that survived, and trying to normalize that to come up with how short the design lives that are coming out of industry.
Right.
Of, again, manufacturers want to sell you stuff. So anyway, I hope that helps.
It does, and I think it introduces a topic that might be worth focusing on in the future, is a workshop on how we could start revising and tweaking our own design lives in our environments, and learning the lessons you've applied to yours, as well as, I'm going to ask this question, are your improved design life in your catalog, is that proprietary, or is that something you could share with the community?
I don't know. Like I said,
Anyway.
ours means is the one that provides it. And depending on the agency, I don't know how that is shared.
I've forgotten you were the ones that I remember hearing that 30-some% was and I forgot it came from NNSA, and I was like,
Yes.
yeah. And we see that anecdotally in our data, right? But haven't done the R&D efforts. But thank you. I didn't want to go down a rabbit hole,
yeah.
but I thought with the Bernie tie-in now, there might be more
Ber-
that you're doing with that. But
We haven't asked him the question. Anything else before we thank? Okay, so if you're interested in Bernie, you can get a hold of Julie Krebs or Mitchell Haraberta at NA914, and or you can email me. With that said, I'll thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to get set up for the next one, so come back at 10:35. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. All right, guys, come on back, grab a seat. Let's talk about Power BI. I found out last night that our next speaker has never seen a Three Stooges movie, which I thought was crazy, because we're roughly the same age. Okay, all right. So we're going to talk about Power BI from Pond. Data analyst Anna Sloan. Please welcome her.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Sloan. Like Paul said, I am a data analyst at Pond. Today, we're going to talk about Power BI and how we have used it at Pond to enhance our builder reports. We talked about Power BI a little bit throughout this summit, but today we're going to get a little bit deeper into it. So we're going to talk about what Power BI is, why we introduced it at Pond, some user groups, the preliminary report that we submitted to our clients, some feedback and edits that we got, the final report that we are going to submit, and then some next steps. So Power BI stands for Power Business Intelligence. Ultimately, it helps companies make empowered business decisions, and so it is a data visualization platform. It is a Microsoft product, which I like to point out to clients because they are often very familiar with Microsoft and they have a lot of confidence in Microsoft. And so they have a lot of confidence in their ability to, host their data privately and to report their data well and to visualize the data well and to also not sunset any sort of products that they put out. There are also two different versions of Power BI. There's Power BI Service and Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is used for creating dashboards and can be used for hosting data. There's also Power BI Service, which is used for sharing data and can also be used for hosting data. So why we introduced Power BI at Pond, as we know, builder reports are very thorough and they often lack, or they do lack, this visual component. As we will see with ESMS, as we've learned that there will be a Power BI integrated. However, for now, it is very important for us to visualize these reports because often clients are not able to put this data together in their mind. So this data is also, or this Power BI dashboard is also very customizable for clients for their specific needs. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of visuals and graphics that we can put together for clients. And if there is not a graphic or visual that a client is satisfied with, we can create one. There are also 2 different licenses of Power BI. There's Power BI, or 3, excuse me. There's Power BI Free, which is, I created all of the dashboard that I'm gonna be showing you today with. There's Power BI Pro, which allows you to share the dashboard with other people via Power BI service. And there's Power BI Premium, which has all of the capabilities of Power BI Free and Pro, with more data storage options and more refreshing options. For our user groups, we have 2 user groups, but our main user group is the CFMO office. So it is important to highlight how they use it and to understand how they're going to use it. So they use it for a variety of different reasons, and because of this, it's important for the Power BI dashboard to be functional, comprehensive, and very user-friendly. They use it as a maintenance tool so that their maintenance workers can go and see which components are functioning low in their life cycles and see which things need to be repaired or replaced. They also use it as a cost analysis tool to see which buildings or sites or components are costing the most or need to be replaced or repaired. Again, it is a very visual platform, an interactive platform, and they also use it as a decision-making tool because it is very interactive, and they can use it to help make decisions at the leader level. We also get a benefit from the Power BI dashboard. We use it as a QC tool internally. Before we finish our assessments, we are able to input builder data and start the QC process early to potentially find human errors that we wouldn't have found until we finish the QC process. We also use it for data analysis and as a planning tool to help our clients develop their work plans. So this is our preliminary dashboard that we submitted to the client, or our client. It is a menu page or sort of a landing page for our clients if there's anyone that's unfamiliar with the dashboard or the project, or if they have any questions, or if they need to be pointed to a certain page, this is where they will ultimately need to go. Also, because of live demos not going well historically, unfortunately, I decided to opt for just a PowerPoint. So, but I do want to reiterate that Power BI is very, very interactive, and I will show some instances of that throughout the presentation. And also, I do want to point out that each of these circles is interactive, so if you press on them, it will go to the next, or it will go to that slide. So the next page is the slicer. This is basically a filter page, so this allows our clients to filter by site name, building name, by the component system, by any sort of BCI, FCI, or section CI rating. We also added the ability to drill down even further to the components themselves. They can pick whichever one they want. They could pick multiple, and this is what it looks like when they do select them. And so this is if they have a certain facility or a site that they are interested in, they're immediately able to just select that site, go throughout the dashboard, and only exclusively look at that site or building and so forth. So this is the building summary page. We have on the left a chart that has a bunch of different attributes, and it's important to notice that we have the BCI and FCI color-coded because it's important for the clients to just immediately be able to recognize what's green, amber, and red instead of having to think back in their mind. And also we have the MDI and CRV, work items, etc. We also have a graph on the right that has the average BCI and FCI versus the sum of the work item costs with the mitigation strategy threshold set at 60. So any buildings that fall below this threshold are eligible for demolition. So they're automatically able to see which buildings are eligible for demolition. Some feedback that we got from the client was that they wanted to be able to filter exact values of the FCI and BCI, as well as through the MDI index and the RPA interest type directly on this slide. We also added these icons or pop-ups that show what the graph or chart is explaining, or the different filter in case anyone is unfamiliar or just needs some clarification. And this is what it looks like if I were to select just one site. The next slide is our work items and building details slide. We have a very overhead view of the BCI, FCI, and section CI up top. So if someone, a decision maker at the high level, needs to make a decision very quickly, they can look at this graphic and see which buildings and which sites are costing the most, and what their average indices are. I want to draw your attention to the bottom left. This shows the average builder ratings and inspection ratings. If we go to the next slide, we can see that that builder often rates things pretty low because due to their age, but when we go in person and inspect them, they're often or almost always performing pretty well. And I like to point this out to clients because it shows the value of doing in-person inspections. And also we decided to put the component instead of the component system on the component system on the x-axis because it really shrunk the amount of bars and made it a lot more readable. And we also just have some pointers to help anyone navigate the dashboard. And again, we have these pop-ups to describe anything that a client or potential user is unfamiliar with or needs further clarification on. And this is what it would look like if I were to select one site in that slicer page at the very beginning. This next slide is a slide that has all of our components on it. So the clients would, or I thought it was really important to have the component slicer and the activity, so repair or replace, and then the site name on this slide, because obviously there are so many components per site and building that it is important to drill down further so that a client isn't overwhelmed with the amount of components in one table. And also the bottom graphic shows the breakdown of the total cost per site and by component, so the client can see which components and which component systems are costing the most per site. And if you hover over a certain bar, it shows the percentage of the total cost. And again, we have a pop-up. And this is what it would look like with a selection. And this is our pre and post assessment ratings, our pre and post capital investment strategy or capital investment project. So the top graphic shows the percentage of change of BCI. So it shows that there is a positive change post the capital investment project, which I think is important to point out to our clients because it shows that they're getting a return on their investment by investing in their buildings. And it also, the bottom graphic shows pretty much the same thing, but in a different visual way, so that if anyone is more visually inclined to understand the information in a bar graph, that's there and available for them. And we have this, if you click on just one site, it also filters the top as well. And then again, we have a pop-up. And we have the glossary for any terms that we use, and also any of the indices to, for anyone that's unfamiliar or just needs a refresher on what anything means. So for next steps, we want to integrate SQL Server. This allows for on-premises hosting. So for our DoD clients, this is really important for larger projects. For non-DoD clients, I'm interested in integrating Microsoft Fabric. I think this would be a really fun way to host our data, and really fast way as well. We're also interested in integrating with HQIIS, and then as we've learned throughout the summit, Power BI is going to be integrated with ESMS, which is really exciting as well. And I just want to say thank you to Kurt, Paul, and Kelly for putting on this summit. I've learned a lot. I come from a GIS background, so I've learned a lot being here. These are our contacts. I also have my colleague John Chatelier as well. We have a table as well, so if anyone has any questions, we're also available there. But, yeah.
We have a question.
I love it. That is
Thanks.
awesome.
Thank
I've got
you.
about 4 questions, I think.
Okay.
CFMO, we're talking Construction and Facilities
Yes, sorry, I
Maintenance
should've-
Office of, so we're talking National Guard?
Yes.
Usually. Awesome.
Yes.
Good. So that means we're talking bureaus like O&M, planning, project management. Do you know which of those bureaus is asking for these analytics most often, or is that not something that you deal directly with?
Kermit, do you know?
I could always repeat for you if you need me to. Come on, Kermit. Side by side, get over here. Which of the bureaus, bureau chiefs are usually asking for these analytics? Do you?
Planning.
What? Awesome. That's who I would hope.
Okay. Yeah.
Because when I said earlier, trying to convince people to use the data that we're extracting out predictively,
Right.
it's planning that really needs to be pushing this through the
Exactly.
CFMO to get these so we can start reducing deferred work because
Right.
we're saving money.
So the planning, they're on the team that helped us to develop this.
Yeah.
So we got their input. We asked them questions step by step, and created this dashboard until we had everything that they wanted. Now, the dashboard's not complete.
Get right in
but,
here with me for a minute.
the dashboard's not complete. The more we create, the more ideas they get. The more we attend things like this, the more ideas we get, and the more we add to the dashboard. But it all started with planning.
Don't leave, Kermit.
Okay.
All right, stay right here with, stay here with me.
I'm your man. I'm here.
Okay. So ultimately, at the state level, it's a 2-star general that wants to hear back from the CFMO office
Yes.
on improvements and what's going on.
Yes.
I mean, if they're interested,
Right.
who knows? So, wow, that got loud. So, these analytics, there's 2 pieces of analytics that you might not be able to guess that I'm interested in, and that is to be able to show how much of a reduction in deferred work. Is there a report or something that you, because the CFMO, not the office, but the officer, usually a colonel of some flavor, usually with a bird on his shoulder, will want to be able to tell the general, hey, we've reduced our deferred work, or our FCI rating, well, usually they'll want BCI, will increase, or we did less reactive work. Our reactive work. Have you had a request for any of that sort of reporting?
That request is there, but the first thing that they wanted to show was they wanted us to be able to give them a dashboard to show that the money that they have already spent has made a difference in the indices. So we have data from 2021, 2022, and they want to be able to compare the data from 2021, 2022 to today to show that the projects that they have already spent money on had made a difference in these facilities.
And it's usually through a BCI or something.
A BCI
Not so
or
much-
FCI.
not
No,
a- not
FCI
a-
doesn't work so much. BCI
Oh,
shows exactly what.
I'm looking for some friends of mine, D. Allen and folks who I like to argue BCI and FCI
Okay,
with.
so-
But I get it, I hear you,
yeah.
I hear you.
So the big thing is that they spend money on facilities, and a lot of times that doesn't carry over to builder for a lot of different reasons, but the main reason is the installation date is incorrect. Okay, you go on site and you're looking for an installation date, and to be honest, sometimes you can't get the installation date on site. You have to get it from a work order or someone else, because if you go on site, everybody's going to say it's original. So we were able to track those things down through this dashboard and make those corrections, and we actually saw systems go from 60s to 80s. Because, I mean, if you did renovations in early 2025, you shouldn't have, nothing should be at a 60. So we really saw a lot of change. The clients seen a lot of change. They're happy. So we're going to continue building. Anna's going to continue building.
Are you uncomfortable with me invading your personal space? I mean, I'm right here with you.
Not
We're
at
head
all.
to head.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. This happens all day.
Just FY. Well, I'm sorry for you, because this does not happen to me all day.
Yeah, I don't have personal space.
Okay, man. Oh, you must have a big family. You have other kids. I don't know your situation. We'll talk later. But I'm guessing you know who would love the pieces on the deferred and the work orders would be the O&M
Yes.
team. Just so you know.
Yes.
Just so you know. Like,
Well, that's where we're headed.
right on.
One step
Okay.
at a time, and this is where we
I'm
are
backing
today.
out of your personal space.
No.
I'm done.
You're good.
Okay.
You're good. But that's exactly where we're headed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I find this super interesting, and I love what you did up there. My question is kind of two parts. Not everybody loves data as much as some of us. Have you found it difficult or challenging to make the visual presentations tell the story that you want the data to tell? And the second part, have you found it difficult for leadership or whoever you're providing this data to, this dashboard to make the data actionable? Because although it can be super interesting, if it's not actionable, it's kind of OBE.
Right. I think for the most part, it's important when meeting with the CFMOs that we tell them this dashboard is for them. We want to make sure that they can use it to the best of their ability, and that I am very open to feedback. They will not hurt my feelings. If a visual sucks, tell me, I'll fix it. If they want something else, tell me. So I feel being very open to criticism is good, and also it's important to one of the visuals showing the change from before the capital improvement project to after, I noticed did help one of the colonels kind of warm up to the idea of having the dashboard, because at first they were like, well, this is great, but how will it help us? But I think also it's important, or this is very useful for their maintenance workers, because they have it's very easy for them to filter the components so that they can just easily see throughout the sites and the buildings exactly what they want to see, and they don't have to go through all of the builder reports.
One thing that really made a difference, and I saw right away that we were on to something. The CFMO that she's talking about, I've known him for like 7 years, and he's never smiled. He's never smiled once. And the very first time I met him, he walked up to me and he told me that he did not like Builder, and I was like, okay, I mean that's fine. But when Anna pulled up the dashboard for the very first time, he was able to see, understand the data right away, and he was able to tell us where things were off. And that was within seconds. He's like, something's wrong here, and something's wrong here. So right away, he had a document in his hand that we created that was an old deliverable, and he had the dashboard. But right away, he was able to tell us what didn't look right and what did look right, and he smiled and shook my hand. First time ever. So that was a win.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
I have one quick question. I noticed that most of the buildings, or I'm guessing that your data set is just buildings,
Yes,
not structures or utilities.
it is just buildings.
Okay. Have you thought of, or I don't know who your client is, but I would assume they also have aging utilities that might also need to be represented. Just something to think about.
That's a good point. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Hi.
This is just to kind of pick your brain, but when you're doing these analytics, what metrics are usually viewed more? Is it more of the historical data? Is it more of the forecasting, or is it a little bit of both?
I think for our clients specifically, it's the difference between historical and current. But as we develop this more and gather more clients, I'd be interested to see how that differs. But yeah, currently it's not so much forecasted, but I definitely would like to introduce that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Alrighty, thank you.
Last chance. All right. Thank you, Anna. I am really excited to see what this is going to do with ESMS. This could be really good. But I am more worried that I'm going to lose my MC job to you. That does bother me. But I do know how to make you guys happy is to give you an extra long lunch. So, all right, you're going to get an extra long lunch. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. 2-minute warning, 2 minutes. All right, everybody. Maximo has come up a lot in this conference, so I'm kind of excited that we're going to close it out with a discussion that includes Maximo, so this should be pretty good. So please welcome from the building people, Brad Peterson, from IBM, Zach Ruland and Keith McCoy, and from TRM, Joe Kintz.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. And thanks for the opportunity of us helping close this out. I was telling a colleague just a moment ago that we're the last thing between you running to the airport or a long night on town. So appreciate it. We're not going to rush through it, but I think we have some exciting stuff to cover. And what's really, I think, kind of cool about this is we had no idea really of the content of the other presentations that were going on, but this is almost like a genesis of 3 of the key areas that have been talked about, from compliance to a lot about Maximo, and then the ongoing best practices sustainment of data. So we're trying to pull all that together. Future state. So here we are. Oh, Daniel Jackson call out, 3rd row back, burgundy shirt. So he's here helping support us as well. So just a couple things on learning objectives. You know, we're going to cover about a number of these high-level things, but obviously the ongoing message of data integrity, data integration, you know, authoritative data sources. We're going to be talking a little about how that all comes together. The benefits around the new upcoming MAS. Everyone familiar with MAS? The new version of Maximo a year or 2 ago. So it's on its 2nd iteration, right? 9.2. 9.2 around the corner. 9.1, 9.2. And then Joe's going to cover some things around future state elements there. So, and I'll be covering a little bit front end on why are we all here doing this. I talked a little bit about yesterday on the panel, but what's driving this? So a lot of these things come from federal and DoD compliance measures, and you know, the MW, MAWA, and the NNL presentation also talked about the internal mandates that are coming out of the different industries, so we'll talk a little bit about that too. So I'll be covering the first section, Zach and Keith on the second, and Joe wrapping up on the tail end of this. Any questions, you know, we're here to ask, answer, whatever you may come up with. So a lot going on in this slide, but this is one of the areas I focus on over my years of understanding why are we meeting with clients, why are we having these discussions, what is the underlying criteria that's driving these mission mandates. So from General Accounting Office, I know I'm supposed to spell out the acronyms, GAO, OMB is the Office of Management Budget, which is part of the Office of the President. You have GSA, which some federal agencies are tenants of GSA space. Executive orders, we've seen a flurry of those in the last 8, 9, 10 months. The Federal CIO Office, which is related to the Office of the President, and then Department of War and some of the mandates that come through. The samples down below are some of the subsets in many cases, that are driven from those federal mandates. And a lot of these mandates that came out, they're published all the time, but different frequencies, different levels of intensity, different levels of compliance. So in some cases, the agencies will publish their own standards and guidelines and mandates, and other times they'll be taken from a federal mandate that's pushed down, thou shalt comply. So there's compliance statutes, there's strategy mandates, and then obviously the operational impacts are deep. A lot of those things drive procurement, acquisition strategy, system modernization, IT efforts, things of that nature. To meet some of these mandates, technology and data play into this very heavily. And there's a lot more of these that we can share, but I didn't put them all on the same slide. If you're all interested in some of these, we've got a library of all these that we can share. Maybe we can post them on our PA site. It's all public information. These are a couple of call outs just real quick. An executive order that came out in 2017, that's like 9 years ago, right? Carries a lot of teeth. It started initially as the cloud first strategy, and then it morphed into the cloud smart strategy, which drove a number of things around product platforms and compliance with security. And so the impacts were, the push for these SaaS-based systems, cloud security, things of that nature. And that's what you're seeing with ESMS. It's moving to a secure cloud. You see it with the platform products like Maximo, Triuga, MREF, excuse me. And then a lot of that's driving digital transformation and IT modernization issues in order to comply with these mandates. Another one was a PMA agenda for data accountability, which was posted in 2021, which drove the fact that security data is a strategic asset. So that again drove more elements of managing security around the data based upon the different levels of IL 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, or your cloud environments, to managing CMMC 2.0 for CUI and things of that nature. So all these things have derivatives to how people are managing and running their systems of record, hence, Builder, et cetera. And I happen to have some DOE folks in the room, and I got to applaud DOE. Of all the agencies out there, they've got one of the most compliant-heavy set of structures that meet their real property asset management plan that was put in place in 2016. Still driven to this day. Worked a lot with some of the different DOE labs, the contractors that manage the labs and others. These are all flow downs, and you have to have operational criteria to meet these different mandates. So these are just a couple of pullouts. This document is probably yay thick, but it's a great example of how an agency really turned the rock and figured out what they need, and it puts down that level of accountability, data compliance, data structures, and the reporting. It actually ties into sustainment. Every 5 years or 3 to 5 years, I can't remember, there's cycles of time that you've got to go out and do your assessments and things of that nature. So it's great information. And the impact, obviously, has driven DOD I think it's one of the leading agencies out there, because everyone that works inside the DOE community, it's a flow down to all of even the co-op operatives and FERC and NERC and all these other entities that are underneath the DOE umbrella. Somewhat accurate statement from the DOE group. Thank you. I didn't know you guys were presenting on your stuff too, so it was kind of cool. This is just kind of a slide here, and I have to say I don't have the actual ESMS logo, but I got it shared to me, but it may be close. But what we're trying to do here is convey the kind of the handoff over to Zach and Keith on the IBM side of, what are we trying to convey here? You saw a lot yesterday with the NAFAC data models and the workflows and things of that nature. What are the benefits of it? What we're going to try to articulate here, and we can provide more information on this, but based on DOD has got a taxonomy. And that's what that little blue circle is up top. If you're not familiar with DOD, they have a data taxonomy that you follow and comply with, and then you got your standards and your mandates by the different agencies that come into play. How can that all be achieved? By working with ESMS and Builder for all your RIPI and asset management requirements, and pushing back over to the mission benefits and the operational benefits. So those are areas that we would we focus on to make sure we've got those operational benefits that include data quality, forecasting, data validation, reporting accuracy,
And then, like I said yesterday, you got to start with your KPIs and your data analytics requirements up front to help make sure that you're guiding and governing your client to meeting those objectives, because you can have those KPIs and those data analytic requirements, but if you don't have the data in place to report on those KPIs or those measures, you got to back the train up a little bit. So it's all important to kind of lay it out in a solution architecture, data architecture plan. So with this, I'm turning it over to Mr. Zach Ruland.
Thanks, Brad. Hey, everybody, nice to meet you. I'm Zach Ruland with IBM. Keith McCoy and I represent the IBM Maximo sales team for federal civilian. Keith and I actually do a ton of work with the Maximo customers at Department of Energy. I also touch Homeland Security, Treasury, several other agencies. So nice to meet everybody. Wanted to introduce the concept of Maximo Application Suite to everyone if you've not heard this before. So Maximo has been around for actually over 40 years now, which is kind of insane to think about. We've always been a leader in asset management, and there's been a big shift to this concept of a suite model, right? So in the past, IBM's always licensed the different capabilities of Maximo separately. So that's what each of these widgets or graphics on this chart represent, right? Like Maximo Asset Management, Maximo Condition-Based Maintenance, Maximo on a mobile device. Again, they used to all be separate, but now they're all licensed together. So when you move to the suite, you get all the capabilities in one, and then we help you kind of create a strategic roadmap to move into which of those capabilities best fits your organization, how do you get more value out of the system, how do we meet your technical objectives, so on and so forth. So a lot of big enhancements in things like AI, predictive maintenance, condition-based maintenance, more automated meter-driven maintenance, mobile capabilities, I mentioned that, right? One of the big enhancements for mobile was being able to do work orders, service requests, obviously on the field on a handheld, but you can complete those actions without internet, right? We call it disconnected mode. So if you're working in a facility with zero internet access, or you're working in the middle of nowhere, you can still get your job done. So it's the value of moving to this suite model. Always like to cover the core Maximo capabilities, of course. So just, for the uninitiated, right, Maximo got your asset management needs from cradle to grave. What do I own? How much did it cost me? Who did I buy it from? Who's the vendor? What spares do I have available? How often does this need to be fixed? Got to create a preventative maintenance schedule, right? Who's the right person? Who's got the right skills to do this? Inventory, I think a lot of people know Maximo touches inventory, but some don't. So again, what spares do I have available in each storeroom? Can I do a transfer between the storerooms, right? If I've got some, like a surplus, right? But I've got another team that really needs those. Maximo is able to track all those actions, the cost tied to it, availability, quantity, and also the procurement, right? You've got maybe a discounted agreement with a vendor, or if you buy in bulk, we discount, we apply the discount automatically, and then graphical scheduling. So instead of, trying to figure out who's available to do the work, when and how, kind of through like your old school Excel or through like a tabular interface, kind of get like a Gantt chart type of gear, right? More of a graphical view where I can see, based on my budget, the skill of the technicians involved, the priority of the work, who can I actually assign to do this? I don't want to put Keith on a job if he's on vacation, maybe Brad's available, let me get him out there. Talked about a lot of these other things so far. Haven't covered service management. So from the IT side, being able to keep track of, again, all your service level agreements, but also on the OT side, being able to open up and manage the tickets related to the different equipment that might be having some sort of function out in the field, right? So a lot of different things from Maximo. I could go on and on, but I think that's a good summary. So for y'all in particular, right, Maximo has 3,000 to 4,000 customers worldwide, but I think, in federal, there's over 150. So Department of Energy, for example, there's over 13 sites. That's what this slide says. I think there's more about 15. NASA's a huge user. They've got 27 different instances of Maximo. Department of Defense is a massive user. So NAVFAC, of course, Air Force, everywhere across DoD. Again, really big representation at Maximo. Part of Keith and I's job is to advocate for you, right? Is Maximo federally secure? Yes, it is. How do we help you meet your needs better? So definitely a great system for the federal government and very widespread usage. So let's see here. So when we were talking about all these different capabilities, I mentioned earlier, we help you create a roadmap that's kind of based on your objectives and needs, right? So this is always, tailored to the different agencies. Everyone's kind of at a different place in their journey. Everyone's got different, priorities. But in general, right, this kind of starts lower level. I think one of the themes with, integrating the builder, really taking on any Maximo project is Every agency wants to move to a more analytically driven system, right? And to do that, you got to have the right data in place first. So have you thought about, criticality? Which of my assets are more critical than others? Do I have all the right people in the system? Do we have their qualifications and certifications in the system? Have we tailored our preventative maintenance plan? Do we have all the accounting information correct in the system? Or is there any missing data that's blocking us from moving to something like condition-based maintenance, right? Are you doing failure reporting, When did the equipment break down? When? How did that happen? All this information kind of on the bottom left-hand side of this graphic, that's kind of the foundation. Same thing with anything in the storeroom, quantity, storerooms, parts available, all that good stuff. And once you kind of, get the foundation of the house set, then you can start moving further to the right. The ultimate end goal is starting to use artificial intelligence and predictive maintenance. So can I use machine learning to say, I've got 1,000 centrifugal pumps, let's say, and based on the predictive analytics, there's maybe 10 of them that are gonna break down in the next 2 weeks, but the other 900 pumps are fine, right? We wanna focus on the bad actors and prevent unplanned downtime, but also we wanna reduce unnecessary maintenance. We wanna help you optimize your costs and your labor and who's going where, when, and why. We don't wanna extend the life of your equipment and make you use better use of your time and money. This is more of a vision slide. So that first slide was really more about, okay, we got to get our PM schedule in place. Then we're going to start to, apply sensors to our equipment so we can track things like temperature, vibration, pressure, voltage, et cetera, getting all the necessary data and processes in place in order to do something like predictive maintenance. This is showing with that concept of the suite model, again, I mentioned that, everyone's going to start in that bottom left-hand corner, right? Preventative maintenance, asset management, inventory management. And then over time, you might start using Maximo Mobile next. You might start using Maximo Health next. So that's the condition-based maintenance capability, et cetera, et cetera. And eventually, again, the objective is to get to artificial intelligence and predictive maintenance. Just wanted to talk about the roadmap a little bit for Maximo at a high level, and then I'll pass it off to Joe. So there's 3 main verticals that IBM's really focused on. The first one from left to right here is things like, improving the core product, right? We want to improve the user experience. If you're issuing out a work order or a storeroom transfer, we want to reduce the amount of clicks that the users need to take. We want to modernize the screens. We want to add more dashboard-based user interfaces. Just improve the functionality and user experience of the base product, of course, right? And then this middle topic is really interesting. So IBM's continuing to add new capabilities to Maximo. So there's things like asset investment planning. That's more looking at the long term of, okay, I've got 1,000, let's just say, utility poles I got to fix over the next 5 years. Can I use artificial intelligence to say, based on budget, risk, again, the skill, my capability, can you show me the trade-off of more of a budget-friendly schedule? So maybe this gets done faster and it's cheaper versus thinking about the criticality of the equipment instead. Not as concerned about the budget, more focused on risk. I don't want any of these equipment to break down. So you can see, okay, what am I going to spend for each one of those scenarios? What are the risks? What are the trade-offs? Then the one that I think is more relevant to this conference, in particular, is IBM's bringing, we already brought IBM Tririga, our facilities management tool, things like, conference room reservations, capital projects, space planning, et cetera, lease account managing, into Maximo. So it's a part of that suite model like I mentioned earlier. So you've got access to all these systems and capabilities on the same licensing model, on the same architecture, one platform. And then on the right, artificial intelligence. So I talked a lot about predictive maintenance, but we're also bringing things like generative AI into Maximo. So a quick example would be our Maximo Assistant capability. Having kind of like a chatbot interface, you can ask the system, show me all my overdue work orders in this building that are priority 1, that are over $10,000. So instead of the user having to sort and filter and search or make a report to get all that information, just ask the AI. It'll pull back the relevant information for you. We're adding a lot of more exciting things to Maximo, but I don't want to keep rambling on and on about that, so I'll pass it off to Joe next. Thank you for your time.
Gotcha. I needed some technical assistance. So to start off, since we're just coming back from lunch, quick question for everyone. Who is not happy with their CMMS data as it sits today in your system? Anyone? A couple? Okay. I thought it'd be more hands go up, but that's fine. So this is a roadmap that we put together for a white paper, And it focuses on really you're driving towards step 5, making your analytics actionable. And the problem with a lot of organizations that we run into is their data is not clean, it's not standardized. So the approach that we take is we work with organizations to figure out a data standards for their data. Because what happens is they've had Maximo for years, and different org sites will evolve their Maximo, and they have their own nomenclature, their own processes. And when you're trying to get reports out of the system, it could wreak havoc. So the first step is to figure out a data standard for your organization, and then figuring out how to clean your data. Then the next step is to simplify your processes. And the way we do that is look at what you're doing today, how you're doing it, and is it the way you want to be doing it? And then how is that process configured in your CMMS? It could be Asset Suites, it could be Hexagon, it could be Maximo. But how is it configured in your system, and is it streamlined? Then when you get through those 2 steps, then you get into your data. And suddenly your data's clean and standardized across your organizations, and your AI, your BI is suddenly much more powerful, and it's more effective for your organization. So this one slide is a 10-page white paper and 30-minute discussion, so I won't go into so much detail, but that's the key steps that we go through to help organizations modernize their data. This is just a future slide. Once you're able to do that, and then suddenly a lot of things open up for organizations, from an executive level down to the field technician. Suddenly you have data that you can trust, and it's consistent across your organizations, and you can do a lot more with it from a reporting, a dashboard, actionable data standpoint. And this is a slide specifically focused for Maximo customers who utilize the TRM Rules Manager product. The Navy uses it, a few other organizations in the room, I believe, use it. But TRM built a product called Rules Manager, and what it does, it lets you build customizations in your Maximo without doing customizations. And a way you can do that we can write rules against an API for data coming in and out of Maximo. So if you're looking to integrate Builder or the newest version into Maximo, Maximo, you're able to write rules against the data on when it comes in, where it goes, how it works, how it's interacting with the Builder product or the ESMS solution. So it's a very powerful tool to enable organizations to bring in facility FCA data into their Maximo and put it where you want it to go and act on it. When do you want the data to be sent to Builder? Under what conditions? When it comes back, where do you want it to go, under what conditions? So you can create the whole rules library around that, and it's very easy to do, and it's very powerful. So I knew there's a lot of Maximo people in the room, so I wanted to throw that slide up. But that's all I really had for you guys. I think we're just wrapping up then. Q&A, I guess, is now.
A couple things I just want to give you a heads up on future state, some of the goals. We're going to be working with Kurt and team on leveraging some of these ESMS sandbox environments to do some proof of concept of leveraging both the new API-driven ESMS and the new features of what MAS 9.x can offer, and do some initial assessments of what's the art of the possible in some of this, and see how that rolls out, and making sure that we stay abreast of next steps and stay in front of the community here. Really want to share as much information as we possibly can on it. But just want to thank you all for the time. And if you do have any questions, we're here to help support.
I actually have a question. So we've been working a little bit with Maximo for a time, but this is the first time I've had an opportunity to directly talk to IBM. In the artificial intelligence space that you guys are leaning into, the deployment of data is through people like TRM. You have people that kind of run their own environments like Navy. How is the training data leveraged? Is there like AI training that happens on the Navy servers that is going to float back to corporate IBM that's going to then flow out to everybody? Because you have such a wealth of data, and I know that in the world of AI, more data means more power.
Thank you. It's a great question.
Yeah, so first thing, I mean, we're here with TRM and the building people, right? Because it's kind of a team effort, right? They've got the industry expertise, they've got the implementation expertise. So we all work together to help you get more value out of Maximo. And then you're right about the data. That's always the most important part. It's kind of like laying the foundation of the house. You can't really build the rest of the house without the data. So for the assistant, for example, it's things like, what's your work order history look like? Were the technicians leaving comments in the description field? Do you have all your tasks documented? Do you have all the failure data entered? You know, this equipment broke down because of like a bearing failure, because the engine overheated. Was that all documented? How much did that cost you? So work order data is always really important. Failure data is always really important. And then when you start to get into something like predictive maintenance, you want to think about starting to sensorize your machines. So that could be through, directly through sensors, legacy systems like PLCs, SCADAs, newer systems like IoT gateways. Sorry for all the technical terminology, but once you sensorize and capture all that equipment data, you store it in Maximo, you marry it with all the work order data and the asset data I talked about, and that's the training data you need to do predictive maintenance, to start to use generative AI, so on and so forth. But that's always the most important first step, excuse me.
It would be interesting to see if failure rates for different manufacturers were different, and you could kind of harvest and provide some direction to say, this might be a direction of maintenance procedures that we've seen broadly more successful in preventing failures, or even this is a manufacturer to avoid these years. Just you have access to a lot of valuable trigger information for finances. So thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I thought of another good point. Oh, sorry. Let's take a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So we added, as part of the suite, the reliability strategies add-on. So to your last comment, we are bringing in a lot of that vendor information. So for like 1,000 different asset classes, pumps, HVACs, based on the different vendors, what are all the best preventative maintenance strategies and the failure codes you need to start tracking in Maximo? And then what are the strategies you need to actually fix those problems, right? So that's reducing the amount of time and effort you need to actually get started collecting the amount of data needed to train the AI. So that's a common customer ask. It's something we delivered on. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Frank Mondo from Jacobs. Question about the future of Mass 9 and where it's going, especially with the Predict tool and the capability that you guys are, I guess, I want to say boasting, that the capabilities that are coming. Do you see a future where potentially ESMS becomes obsolete, or the builder suite becomes obsolete compared to what Maximo can provide? Or is there a future where the two continue to work together and rely on some of that historical data for RSLs and cost catalogs that are built into the SMS tools versus what, as you just described, Zach, that censored data that you're pulling in, but it doesn't have that it sounds to me like Maximo doesn't have that foundational data that the SMSs are built on. So what does the future look like for the marrying of the two systems? Because, personally, I was just going to say, if you guys heard our presentation yesterday, our client, EMWA, is using both systems, and it's a question of what's the future look like? Why we're going to keep paying for both, on either side. So what does the future look like from that perspective?
I'll start just on the technical aspect on compliance and then turn over to Zach, but not every agency is going to allow penetration through the OT network and pull in sensor data. So that's got to be watched, that's got to be secured. We're still tackling that beast, right? And so it's not cut for every cloth of every deployment that you can use these IoT type efforts. It comes with certain conditions, security handcuffs, and making sure you're compliant. There are security systems that are in place that allow you to buffer out and secure that OT network interconnection and interoperability, but there's more to be done to that. We do have some ATOs with some agencies that have these third-party tools that secure the OT network effort, so that could be a potential. But I see it as a harmony of systems based on how the data needs to be utilized and managed. That I don't see Maximo replacing ESMS. I think that's more of a family capability. There's things that Maximo can do that ESMS cannot. You can't get down to the level of the component detail, for example, and some of the degradation. But I'll let Zach, keep going.
No, I think it's an important question, and thanks, Brad. I think it was good commentary. So I think you can remember with Maximo that it's a agnostic REST API open-based system. So it's common for customers to integrate it with multiple other disparate systems, right, that have data that Maximo's not designed to capture. So you're correct. I see a world where they both work together. I think it's a case-by-case basis where you evaluate which system has what data and how do you use both together effectively based on the roadmap that Maximo offers and move forward from there.
Great. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Could you go back to slide 13, the journey to Maximo Application Suite? Yeah, there you go. So that caught my eye, the visual inspection capability, AI-powered image and video analysis. So how mature is that, and how accurate have you found it to be?
Thank you for asking about it. So it's a really exciting capability. It's been around for, I'm going to say, over 6 years, and we do have some big customers using this in production. So Ford Automotive actually uses it on the inspection line for the Ford Bronco. Now, it's probably a different use case than a lot of y'all might be interested in, right? But that is a really big customer that's using it in production. There's another use case where we're doing drone inspections on one of the largest bridges in Europe. It's in Denmark. We've got a really nice reference video on the use case if anyone's interested in seeing that. So they've trained, the visual inspection AI is trained to recognize some sort of defect or issue in image or video footage. So like in the bridge inspection use case, which is probably relevant to a lot of the folks in the room, there's a drone that's flying around the bridge, right? And instead of one person manually crawling all across the Golden Gate Bridge and trying to document every single crack or piece of algae or debris or defect, the AI is able to pick up on the defects and record it in Maximo. So it can say, okay, we found 10 broken wires, right? We found a cracked pylon, right? So instead of you doing all that manually, it's automatically tracking that for you. Going back to the data discussion, there is some preliminary model training we do with you in an initial implementation. So we got to capture some of the data from, the bridge or the building or the structure. Then you train the AI to recognize those defects. But it is a very mature solution with a lot of customers using it today.
Into what I'm hearing, it sounds like we'd have to spend a significant amount of time teaching it to effectively harness it for doing builder level assessments and ratings. And then follow up to that would be the comment. It's my understanding back in the day, Cyril, when they were training early on, they had literally thousands of photos of different examples of distresses. Has anything been done to harness that resource to educate for this type of thing? Over.
So for the bridge use case, IBM's trying to go to market with more out-of-the-box algorithms that require less training data. So for the bridge use case, we actually do offer a model that's been trained to recognize the cracks, the broken pylons, is there algae on the surface of the bridge for you. We're trying to create more of those algorithms that we can offer, out of the box, go to market. There's always going to be a little bit of time in the beginning to, train the AI to recognize your specific structures, but we're reducing that drastically. And the algorithms are improving really quickly with the rise of generative AI. The amount of training data you need is way lower than it used to be. I've been around the visual inspection for 7 or 8 years, and it's getting faster and faster to do it. There's always going to be some time at the beginning, but it's getting much quicker, and it's going to be kind of a case-by-case basis as we start like a pilot program together.
Hasn't been any discussions with Cyril on trying to harness their resource of that type of information to inform and train out of the box so that we would not have to do what you just described. Over.
I unfortunately am not familiar with that entity, but we are trying to partner with more and more, companies or entities like that. So if you have a recommendation, like a point of contact, I'd be happy to help make the connection with the product team because I think that'd be awesome.
Do you know who it would be? Kurt? Am I hallucinating? Did I have a fake data input?
So in the SMS working groups community, Dr. Grusing is the condition analytics point of contact. So I think that would be an interesting person to reach out to. I can get you his contact information. I know that from a data protection and privacy issue, obviously there's a lot of sign-offs from point of contacts. This is your data as the programs. What do you want to make available to a commercial partner for training? But if it, rising tides can work, then those bridges can be crossed. But yes, Dr. Grusing is running the prediction modeling capabilities, and I know that in my conversation with Matt, they are actively looking at AI tool sets themselves. They have billions of square feet of facility condition records and distress records, photos, comments. So they're also looking to take advantage of it directly in-house.
Awesome, thank you.
Sounds like an opportunity.
I think so.
Come on, one more, two more. All right, let's keep it rolling.
Yeah, so hi, thanks. I think one of the biggest challenges we all have is really trying to understand the actual life of assets across these facilities. And I know that you spoke a little bit about your failure reporting, and you've got this trove of data. Have there been any past or future initiatives to try to calibrate design lives based on actual failures that you've had across all your different programs? Does that question make sense?
Yes, it does. So I'll start, and then you guys might want to also add some of your past experience too. So we are thinking pretty heavily about that. This actually is kind of the perfect slide for that. So I talked about the reliability strategies capability earlier. That makes it easier to get the foundational data in place. And then when you go up to predictive maintenance, there's several different algorithms that predict failure in different ways. One of them is an expected end of life. So obviously with predictive maintenance, we want to know, is the boiler in this building going to fail in 5 days? But it can also go, this is going to reach an expected end of life in 8 years instead of 15 years. So it's helping you adjust your capital planning schedules as well for long-term costs. Does that address the question?
I think so. If you've got all of this information populated by different clients on how long an asset actually lived and when it was replaced, that information's not being populated into Builder. And so just trying to understand, how far off the mark are we on our design lives and our component catalogs based on actual failures that are being stored in a system like yours?
I think it's a really good question. So what the algorithms do is they look at historic information and what's happening up until, near failures, right? And it's able to kind of gauge, is the past training data reliable versus what's happening right now? And if it's not, it's going to readjust its calculations to predict, an accurate failure date or an accurate end of life. And I think some of the preliminary things we provide with reliability strategies help make it faster to get there. But there's always, again, a training phase in the beginning where we see, what do we have today? What are the algorithms saying? Do we need to make an adjustments or not? Yep.
Just on a side note, back in October, there was a federal DC MUG event at the IBM Innovation Center. And IBM presented also on a side note that there's a new bundle of packaged PMs that have come in from industry. It's like 30 or 40,000 packaged PMs that can be now referenced inside of MAS, for PM assignment distribution. It's I don't want to say it's like a cost model, but it's almost like a PM model, like you got RS means data you can pull in, and now that you've got all this historic PM data as far as ability to evaluate for use, and instead of having people having to write up individual job plans. So job plan set from industry perspective. All right, well, thank you all very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Kurt is going to close us out with some important information.
Brief, important information.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for staying through for the afternoon. Wanted to close out with kind of a reminder of who's allowing this to continue to serve the community. Our sponsors of Alpha Facility Solutions, Jacobs, my company Digon, Tetra Tech, WSP, Stantec, and Pond. Can we get a quick round of applause for everybody that's... It is easy to say thanks, and it is harder to put your wallet out there and make sure that the value is returned. So I definitely appreciate that. Also, know that speaking in front of an audience of your peers and a unknown number, well, roughly about 120, I guess, online participants is not easy. This is a thing that had me pretty palm sweaty and nervous for the first few years. So. Yeah, so for Frank, Abigail, Rachel, John, Stephanie, Brad, Doug, Deallen, and Steve from our first day, can we get a quick thank you? And today with Yousseff, Cebastian, Anna, Brad, Zach, Joe, and Paul, thank you for speaking today. And I also want to take a pause to thank you as an audience. We had some technical hiccups. This is a live event, multicast. We're also having people that are, sometimes the first time speaking in front of an audience. Your ability to pay attention, ask questions, and provide a welcoming community where this is not a more nervous than it has to be. I do appreciate you from the audience standpoint. This is the type of community I really enjoy, leaning into and supporting. So thank you yourselves. Yes, absolutely. People have asked for slides. After every presentation, we've been posting it online through the SMS Summit website itself in the resources. Everything is being archived online, even my stumble on my welcome. It's memorialized forever. If there is something that you have seen that you need a contact with, or an idea or a name that came up, or an introduction that you're like, hey, I met somebody named Vincent, but I didn't get a card. We have the registration list, and we understand that we're not going to broadcast anybody's information. We're not sending out lists, but we are going to help with those one-on-one connections to make sure that the relationships that you start here can continue after the fact. And now if you will give me 5 minutes, I want to talk about RPAA. This was an organization that we announced 2 years ago at the close of the last summit. Previously, the Builder Summit was hosted by Digon Systems and facilitated accordingly by the company because, this was my little niche. I really wanted to get people together, but it became evident that certain people would feel hesitant to engage and participate if it was a commercial entity. So we founded this 2 years ago, our 501c3, easier for government involvement, and there's a tax advantage to donations. So I really wanted to emulate the success of SAME. We started the Builder Summit after the FM workshop. That was a partnership with IFMA and SAME, and so they have a nonprofit dedicated to their organization that allows for collaboration with industry and government. And so we're trying to say, let's take the best implementation of this and emulate it. I think this is worth copying and trying to do right. So we have registered the organization, we filed for that status, we have our website, and now the fun part of separating out the assets, the financials, and the processes from a management day-to-day. But it wasn't enough. We still had feedback that people said, well, this is a commercial event. So now it's time to say we need to grow up, we need more voices, and finally get that board in place. So we are asking for board members. We are looking for a maximum of 3-year terms, 2 3-year terms. We're going to have between 3 and 5 to start. And there are mandatory rules. So this is a new venture that I'm discovering as I go and making sure that we follow all the bylaws to make sure we're staying compliant. Now we have cyber compliance and nonprofit compliance. This never ends. my ask from anybody that decides to become a board member is that we have 4 to 12 meetings per year. I want you to have input in what we bring to community for education, what we bring for networking, whether it's more podcasts, whether it's an online learning environment, whether it's more events in person, smaller breakouts based upon different specialties. We need guidance. And then also validate and approve abstracts. You're asked to hopefully attend some organization events and generally be an ambassador. Your voices carry weight. We have a lot of people that have deep experience in their industry and deep trust with their partners and with their clients. Let's put those fingers to work and help build this up, especially if you are looking to exit. We need to have young, fresh blood pulled into the community and make sure that the things that we've fought hard for are not lost just because somebody decides to take a rocking chair afternoon. Other duties, and I don't take these lightly, is to stay informed and be ready to hold us accountable and ask those tough questions. If something is not being done on the management side, you can replace management. This is what the board is doing on 501c3s. So we want you to be ready, prepared, and hold us accountable. There's also a duty to loyalty and maintaining a non-profit-driven motivation. So, quite candidly, we're not excluding our competitors from engagement. We're not trying to isolate, potential client targets in rooms. We're really being an honest representation of the facts, an honest representation of capabilities, and believe that the whole ship will be enough to carry everybody. And then mission, staying aligned with the laws, compliance, and what we're trying to do. This is not just a facilities side. This is trying to say, with this ESMS product and the network of people using it and trying to manage from a life cycle perspective their real property assets, how do we share information and make sure that this is the best use of what is a lot of taxpayer funds? So for criteria, I am looking for, and we have a very small selection team because there is no existing board, professional expertise, your level, extent, and length of time matters, but even more so, we need diversity. We need people that have had government experience. We need service contractors, people with varied agency or domain elements. If it's been working with the Coast Guard on their, coastal needs, that's great because waterfront is a big part of the real property domain. As well as, solution providers. If ESRI is going to be pulled big into the utilities side, then maybe that would be a good resource to help make sure that we stay in line with where the industry standards are going. And then your community connections. If we are going to try to get the audience to understand that this exists, sometimes local government, other nonprofits like SAME, other corporation, outreach, those are the things that are going to be able to get the message out there. So something that I am also learning is management is not the same as board. So if you apply to become a board member, we're not going to be asking you to tape down power strips and show up early to set up, things. That's more of a management. The day-to-day answering the phone calls, doing the work is the management team. The board is who makes sure that that vision, that North Star of why are we here, what are we doing, and empowering the management to do so and holding them accountable is what I'm asking for. So this is not a high, time commitment or tactical commitment. It's more visionary and accountability. So for that selection process, after the fact, we will have a formal nomination from the existing board members. We'll present that for vote, and therefore your existence in the first board means that you set up the next generation. And hopefully with mentorship and with increased involvement, you'll be able to see and identify those people that have the next vision to carry this thing future forward. This is not about me. This is not about the people in the back of the room. It's about the members of who needs to know this information. For your involvement, there is no money. We are recognizing that as a 501c3, you cannot have people that are financially motivated on board memberships because it opens you up for scrutiny and critique. It's really hard to go to potential partners and say, let's sponsor this, let's ask for a donation, but really that's going in my own back pocket, or I'm gonna pay my son to come out and do something. You know, we're saying that for your board membership, this is a volunteer position, and we're gonna maintain openness, and at the close of every event, I will present the financials. We're gonna say and be open about, this is what we collected, this is what we spent, and this is where we're going for the community. All right, so if any of this sounded fun, if the no money and time extra ad was like, yes, sign me up, some people have already reached out to us, and so we still have those emails. I have not responded because candidly, we did not know what the next step was. We were still trying to feel out what the reception would be about continuing on. But I think that the turnout, we had easily 120 plus in the room and another 100 or so online. So the need is still there. I still think that it's valuable information, and I think that with a stronger voice of nonprofit SAME equivalent will increase that critical government participation and really grow out this network. So please include with your email of interest the length, depth, and breadth of your experience in real property, how you serve that role, in what capacity. Sometimes it's government, sometimes it's contractor, sometimes it's both. You might have been a vendor just connected to it. And then how you are working with the community already. If you have other experience with nonprofits, that might be great, because now you're gonna help us with resources of who we need to get as an accountant, and if there's a lawyer that needs to review our bylaws, those kind of, you know, reaches back are valuable. So we know who previously provided interest, but if you want to accelerate the process, go ahead and just reply with a new, hey, by the way, I'm still interested, and here's the one thing I didn't tell you before. All the slides, including the closing, will be available on the smssummit.com resources page. And my last thank you that I want to call out is for the group that made it all possible. Paul Showalter, our MC extraordinaire. Paul TL, that has managed to pull off, while on top of a regular day job, a multicast live stream combined with an event in a space that was reconfigured before we even walked in the door. So Paul TL, thank you very much. And of course, Kelly, our chief wrangling officer, that is responsible for all the visuals to make sure that this does have the professional feel that it deserves. This is also the person that is setting up all of the logistics and managing the vendors, and then wrangling speakers for decks and everything else. So thank you, Kelly. Everybody, you're free to enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you again, and see you next time.